Good morning and welcome to all our viewers, both here in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as those internationally, particularly those in Washington. We are live at Queen's Royal College in the heart of Spain for this first round encounter. Already away, the DC touring team, their first game up against Queen's Royal College here at Port of Spain at the college grounds. And Queen's Royal College winning toss up to bat first are currently 10 for 2 after 5.4 overs. And the main destroyer for the DC Hub's team, Ishan Vairagiwala, picking up 2 wickets LBW. This one turned into the onside, just take the score up to 11. And currently operating Aditya Patel from the southern end. Umpire Jonathan Mahabir signals the end of the 6th over. Yard on strike. This one headed down the leg side. And Ishan into his 4th over now. Has 2 wickets for 17 runs. And his first over maiden. Up the wicket, Adam Panchu for no first ball. Full in from the left-hander. Reminisce of Mitchell Stark. Type the 2 steps in place. At the start of proceedings morning, he didn't bat target. Vagiwala hitting the ball to and alongside Pandu. Jan Smith, he went for 2. He fed him W as well. Operating from the southern end, Aditya Patel So 2-2. 6-2. This taking place at Queen's Royal in Port of Spain, next to the Queen's Park Savannah. Of course, the college, one of the magnificent 7 here in Port of Spain. Beaten outside the off-stump there's Yard. He's been the most picked batsman for the Queen's Royal College at the under-19 level in the Secondary Schools Cricket League. High score of 53 in that intercom against Asja Santando. Top score for the season. Queen's Royal College being promoted into the Premiership Division this year and has fallen away and will be heading back down to the Championship level next year. And this one is played nicely, turned into the onside, on-driven, a chase for Hank. It's there. Couple good-looking runs to Yard. We just beat here. Ragiwala into his 4th. The D-Hub last night out of the JFK airport in New York. A long bus ride from Washington across the airport and then that 5.5-hour journey across to Trinidad and Tobago. Checking in at 11 o'clock night at the Hilton Hotel, where they will for duration of this tour. Bit of an inside edge, perhaps heading down the leg side as well with that inside edge. We are just indicating so at the end makes 2 songs there as well. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, and a short mid-wicket and a fine leg. All defense is this time Yard. Quite good in his innings so far this morning. A few pleasant drives off of the 2 opening fast bowls. And meanwhile, at the opposite end, Adam Panchu went for no score, and Christian Smith, apologies to Mr. Christian Lal, on the 19 player in Trinidad and Tobago. Christian Smith was out LBW, similar type delivery, pitch up, full delivery, and striking him on the pads in line of stumps, adjudicated by umpire Jonathan Mahabir. And the opener as well as the one-down batsman, both back in the pavilion, and Ethan John strode out to the middle, join Yard. And yet to get off the mark is John. Traditionally would bat at the 3 position here for Queen's Royal College. Just slip down the order 1 slot. And just try to run through the batting or the lineup of the 2 teams during the course of this over. So down the left side. This is Tell, so it's 4 over. He may just tiring as 15 for 2. 3 overs, seeded 8 runs with 12 breeze in his opening spell. Some lift from that end as off of a good tall fast bowler. Trying to take some balls well, dishing outside the off stump, really stuck in no man's land and just fanned at it. And Samanu is at first slip, just waiting to snap up any outside. Just 1 slip in place for the bowling of Patel at complete left, coming the additional mid-wicket. So he is blowing a man at mid-on and 1 man on leg. There's that lift we've been speaking about. Getting it to rise off of a good length. Perhaps just short of a length there. And John equal to the task, just split back down. Trying to settle himself in this innings here is John. High score against Hillview College in the SSL, 29. Also he's for Harvard Cup. So a couple of Harvard batsmen out there in the middle. Again, he's pounding that length. Patel. Trying to track a bit of movement, perhaps a bit of seam as well, to try and engage that first slip. Dark so far is John. Of course, the Harvard Cricket Club. A few youngsters from the Queen's Royal College team out of the Harvard Club. Christian Smith, who's go, along with Ethan John, as well as Jonathan Williams, and of course, Kimberly Yard. And he gets some back into this, not enough as it was short. Trying to tug it into the onside, control the shot that seemed to get big. He just rocked back on foot and not to get too much power. He single under the end of the over as well. 16, 17 for 2. After 8, it'll also be should be the end of the first power play as the umpires come to have a look at the ball. And in the 40 over encounter, we have a cut-off time of 1 p.m. Try and get 40 overs with 40 overs. It'll be sufficient time to get 40 overs. Of course, this first game of the tour for the DC team. 40 overs, first power play after 8. 2 fielders allowed outside of the third. Second power play to commence after 2 overs. Now, here is with Calvin, and they're having a look at that ball, alerted by umpire Mahabir, who will now do a full inspection. Perhaps it was just knocked out deep from that shot from Ethan John, but has been pounding it in the pitch. So we have a look at Benson Fly. Out of the Soca Club, solitary player out of the Soca Club, Super Over Cricket Academy, dubbed the name Soca by director Kancham Shotu. Here's Patel to yard, full delivery, pushes, can't quite find gap as he gets it out to young Hank at mid-off, comes around to do the fielding. And good rotation of the strike here from yard. Patel trying to extract as much bounce with this ball in the early overs. And this is fishing past the point, out to the third man boundary. It will Ishan coming around from third man, and first boundary of the day, the Queen's Royal College. And a much welcome boundary here after 8 overs. Their first boundary coming up after having lost 2 early wickets. Just the opening fast bowlers. They're showing signs of fatigue perhaps. Checked into the hotel at Hilton at 11 p.m. last night after a long journey into the Republic of Trinidad and their first outing, just a stone throws away at the Queen's Royal College facility. Of course, one of the magnificent 7 alongside the Queen's Park banner, along with buildings such as the Stallmeyer's Castle, of the office of the Prime Minister, not to mention the President's house, and looking both of those buildings in Brian Charles Lara's house, overlooking the college facility as well. Mr. Lara is also an honorary of that Harvard club. Amongst his duties for this encounter was a member of the Harvard club as well. Had the honor of batting with Mr. Brian Charles in the recently concluded North Zone Tea Festival and came not out, 23 not out. And Mr. Lara notched up a bit, score of about 3, I do believe. And he's, I don't know, a very critical position, particularly to the left-handed yard, who's driving, gets it past extra cover and an awkward bounce just on the 30-yard circle. And doing well in the end, Vayum Goel managing to knock it down, putting his body on the line in the rough outfield and the dry conditions here at the Queen's Royal College. So knocking that one down and restricting the batsman yard to just a single. As Queen's Royal College try to build a total here to challenge the DC Hub touring team, because this is their first game of the tour. It's 40 over encounter. Tomorrow, this under 17 team will be taking on the Canadian Future Stars Cricket Academy across at the St. Mary's College ground. That game begins at 9:30 a.m. and you can join us here for coverage on Novel Sports, bringing you live action in the under 17 matches. This one is just half prodding forward, leaning back, and in no man's land really is Ethan John is beaten outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Yash Morai. Continuing on. Continuing on is Ishan Vairagiwala. And has a propensity to produce that type of delivery, going past the outside edge to keep a batsman caught in between lane, trying to decide if to get forward. He's getting forward now and flashing outside the slip in place now as the power has ended. The first power play, that is. Can't get any bat onto it as he's looking to break free. Did indicate during the course of the secondary school league that he kept running out of partners at the opposite end and had to play well within himself to try and bat through the innings of the 50 over games in the domestic secondary school cricket league, but he's looking to throw caution to the wind here, recognizing that his team needs some runs on the board. As we start the 9th over, 21 for 2. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Pitched into the base, to the ankles really of John. And he's just now perhaps getting that left foot outside the line leg stump. Our judge not out. John on 4, Yard on 10. 22 for 2. Full toss, and again he's not getting enough bat onto it, coming off the splice of the bat, and it'll just be a single to square leg. So a couple loose deliveries, and he's been made to hurry on this occasion. One short one that hit high up on the bat, and on this occasion just trying to tug another full delivery around the corner, and that will be the end of the 9th over. So remains 22 for 2. John on 4 and Yard on 10. As the clock tower here at Queen's Royal College just signaled that it's 11 o'clock. This just got underway just after 10 o'clock. And we are going to see a bowling change. First bowling change of the morning. And it looks like to be Hank Benson Flannery to come into the attack.
It was dot one dot 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 dot.
So Benson Flannery out of that Soca Cricket Academy, as we mentioned, the Super Over Cricket Academy. Interesting story. So right arm fast medium bowler from the southern end. John is punching into the onside, just leaned on it really, and a bit of a bad bounce there in the outfield, and they'll take it close to the boundary, and it will go into the boundary for 4, the second boundary of the innings, and it goes to Ethan John, who's been scrambling a bit to get on the way, and a lucky bounce in the outfield. It is his home ground, of course, and Vairagiwala looks to be out there, who was in the firing line but couldn't quite knock it down. And gets a boundary. Once it gets past the inner field, it will take a lot to chase down here. A very dry outfield outside of the 30-yard circle here at Queen's Royal College. So Benson starts off with conceding a boundary. And this time it's in the air, diving to his left. A sweeper has been put in place with that previous boundary shot. And just a single now to John, which was just to the left. Just a single on this occasion. Yard to face up. He's right arm round the wicket. Lets this one go outside the off stump. So Yard has been out there for 28 deliveries and just 10 runs to his name. one just escapes the wicketkeeper, shy at the non-striker's end. Difficult take there for Yash Morai. That one kept a bit low. So a lot more freely. Scoring now. It's a sweeper in place, third man in place. Hank is just making an adjustment to the field. He's just asking that man sweeping to go a bit to his left, a bit squarer for John, who's now on strike. That's a good delivery. And not much feet movement there from Ethan John. Again, just reaching, hanging the bat outside the off stump. And the slipper's gone. So if he does get some bat onto it, there is the wicketkeeper to go past first. But there is a man on the third man boundary in front of the canteen here at the Queen's Royal College ground. But it will certainly race across the outfield as Hank Benson Flannery is working up a yard of pace here. And handsomely driven, punched through the covers, past Rao, and it'll race into the boundary for 4, and it'll head all the way out to the fence. Combination of timing, power, and a very fast outfield. The over comes to an end. So John starting to get going. A couple boundaries. Fortuitously, the first one off of Hank Benson Flannery, but a second one more in command, more in control through the covers. Give us the opportunity to bowling change here. Vayum Goel comes into the attack. To the 3 for 2. Well, chart here for Queen's Royal College team. 10th over, the most productive over so far in the innings. And you can see those white dots there where they lost 2 early wickets. This one pushed through the covers by Yard. Pleasant looking shot. He'll race and get close to the boundary edge. Hauled back in by Vikrant. Try to chase it down. And a couple of runs to who continues to build. So Goyal from Ashburn, Virginia, from the Baltimore Royals. This one punched again by Yard, and it'll go close to the boundary. Giving chase there, but he can't pull it back in, is Vikrant, and that'll go into the boundary for 4. It'll be the first boundary for young Kimuel Yard. He's looked quite good outside the off stump. Anything pitched up, look well in command. He did have early on some beat him outside the off stump for the early swing bowling of Ishant Vairagiwala. As the ball has gotten older, he's looked better. A couple times turning it into the onside, this time getting a boundary through cover. 45 for 2. 11.3 overs gone. Benson Flannery continuing. It's a better delivery from him. Started off the over with a boundary. Then a waist height full toss. Signal no ball. It's been a shaky start for the young man. None for 14 so far. Full delivery. And can't get a single. Right behind it is Kaushal. There's a couple deliveries and a bit of a rough outfield, just rearing up at some of the fielders. And just affording Queen's Royal College to put a little bit more runs on the board after their early setback, losing the first 2 wickets pretty early. Adam Panchu and Christian Smith. You've seen Yard just teased into the onside quite evidently, bring troubles and down from the young man. So after 12 overs, drinks break signaled by the umpire. So we have a good look there at Mr. Kancham Chotu, the man in charge of this DC Hub tour, back at his alma mater. Queen's Royal College. Class of 1980. Or entering the school rather, 1980. So returning to his Queen's Royal College. Coach Kaushal Raman alongside Roshan Rao and the contingent here with the DC Hub team. Gagan Goel and Brijesh Vairagiwala. So we have a good look at the Queen's Park, at the Queen's Royal College Pavilion here. Just a drinks break on. And the partnership with 36 between John and Yard. Yard on 12 off of 30 deliveries and John 18 off of 14. So that's the score here at Queen's Royal College. And we'll be right back after the drinks break. Welcome back here. About to resume after the first drinks break. 45 for 2 after 12. Ethan John on strike. He's on 18. And Vayum Goel to continue. His first over cost him 6 runs. This is DC Hub's first game on tour Trinidad and first encounter against the Queen's Royal College, alma mater of Kancham Chutu. And he's bowled him between bat and pad and breaches the defenses of young Ethan John. And Queen's Royal College lose their 3rd wicket, first ball after the drinks break. And Vayum Goel bang on target, pitching off stump, hitting the top of off stump. And it's a coach's dream to see that type of delivery because it means that all the hard work in the training sessions and the bowler, young Goel, able to come and execute here. And after a healthy partnership, 36 runs between Yard and Ethan John, loses his off stump. And young Darian Bridgelal makes his way out to the middle. Actually, just to confirm, looks like Cummings out there. Joshua Cummings. And he was very much the mainstay of this Queen's Royal College lineup, being invited in to play this game, having graduated from the college. And it's the first time we'll see one of the players from the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force team out in the middle, Joshua Cummings. Turning it into the onside. He's going to get one. A bit uppishly. And he is, of course, no stranger here to this pitch, having graduated from the college, Cummings. And now this is the home ground for the Defence Force team. So he was out with the roller this morning, doing duties with Darian Bridgelal Singh, who also plays for the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force at this venue. Rolling the pitch this morning to help prepare the ground for this encounter. Changes to round the wicket right arm. And there's that shot from Yard where he gets in line and just works it into the onside. This time with a straight bat. Just drops it dead in front of him. Just 3 fielders on the onside. So see stumps because Yard has shown a propensity to turn it into the onside and get some runs. Just gesticulating that Goyal might get one to move away. One slip in place. And it is outside the off stump, and he's reaching, dabbing it down to the captain, Kaushal, at cover. First slip and the wicketkeeper are very close to the stumps, not quite the pace of a Hank Benson Flannery. Is Vayum Goel, so he wants his line and length. I'll let you know as well, this youngster, he's just 13 years old. Just wants to hold the line there, challenge the batsman to do more. From the Baltimore Royals, Vayum Goel. "13 years of age, the all-rounder." I'll let you know why it's significant as just a loopy delivery. Just dipping at the last moment, hanging it in the air. There is 2 teams on tour here from the DC Hub team. And this young Goyal is on the under-17 team, whilst the under-13 team is across at St. Mary's College ground for their first game. The discussion here might just be another bowling change. Have a look at the the main building here at Queen's Royal College. And with the clock tower, one of the magnificent 7 here in Port of Spain, so titled for its architecture. 1904, school has been in existence and has been known to produce father of the nation, Dr. Williams, fought for the independence of Trinidad and Tobago, 1962. As we prepare for a bowling change here, Savarapu. Leg break bowler. And dabbing it down here is Cummings, playing it off the back foot, trusting the bounce. And gets a single. To give you the field as the left-handed yard comes into strike to face the leg spin of Vikrant Sabavarpu. So there's a short third man, backward point, cover point coming into place, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and the mid one is sitting a bit deep. This one is short and misses out their yard. He'll get a wide though, but he'll have to try again, the leg spinner. And there's a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary sweeping. And captain is in a short mid-wicket. And there is a backward square boundary. Lithik Alu out there. Short. Again missing out. Not signaled by the umpire. Perhaps a bit of a pat onto that. Yeah, just prods in front. I said, want to start this one just outside the off stump and get it to spin back in. And again, it's too short. And some work to do. He's not going to cut it off on the boundary, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So on this occasion, putting away the bad delivery. Kimuel yard. And that boundary will stay 53. And yard moves on to 20 off of 47 deliveries. You just want somebody to stay there with him for the remainder of overs. 40 over encounter. This first game for the DC Hub team. And the under-13 team will be back to play here at Queen's Royal College next Saturday, which will be the final day of the tour. Whilst this under-17 team will be across playing against the North Zone. And he's sending him back, and he's down the track and has enough time to get back is Cummings. And no ball signaled by the umpire. So it's all happening there. On the front foot was yard. Bat onto pad. Cummings was calling for a run as the ball trickled out a backward square. And there was an opportunity to get a quite comfortable single, as it was Mupala from short fine leg who had to make his way all the way across to the square leg umpire. But yard was grounded and had to send Cummings back. Cummings ran 2. Backing away and punching it out to the man at long on now. He's dropped back out from a deepish mid-on position. And an easy single in the end. So a bit of confusion in the running. And it is a communication between the two batsmen to have a successful single or a couple of runs out there in the middle. And if one batsman isn't running, then it doesn't make sense that you run, because you will be run out or have the possibility of being run out. Leg spin to Cummings for the first time, and he pulls it in the air to mid-wicket, and Rao, it seems the man there just goes to ground. Grasps the opportunity. It was low down to his left, in and out in a flash. Cummings gets a life and a single. 55 for 3. And Rao there just having to relive the moment. They're just gesticulating where it could have gone wrong. Wrong the wicket now is the leg spinner. Caressed. Can't beat the offside. As Rao is in the way. And that'll signal the end of the over. So we have a look at the backing card. Panchu went for no score. Yard on 21. Christian Smith out in similar fashion to Vairagiwala. LBW to a full pitch delivery. And Ethan John, he fell for 18 off of 15 balls. And Cummings out there on 3, trying to build a partnership here with Yard. And 11 extras in that total, with 3 no balls, 1 for infringing on the front line and 2 over the waist. Signal no ball by the umpire. Over the waist, full toss. So 55 for 3 after 14. And a long way still to go in this game. 26 overs to come. Young Goyal is going to continue to the right-handed Cummings. It's a good delivery. Nice line. Matched by the cover drive off the back foot from Cummings. Did mention he plays for the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, and this is their home ground. With the input from the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force at the facility, they've managed to put down 2 strips to play on as the volume of cricket increases here at the college in terms of the number of matches, not just for the school but the North Zone as well. And he's a bit of a sneaky customer here, Goyal. He can't hold a tight line. He's looking to be consistent and using, I want to say, lack of peace as compared to the other fast bowlers to try and draw them into a false shot. Let's have a bit of a lengthy run up, just about 20 yards. Nice high bowling action and deceived him in the length and line, and a fortuitous single off the outside edge for Cummings. He's just about 6 years his senior and being undone a bit. So a mini battle won there by young Goyal. Field changes are wrong for the left-handed Yard now. Yeah, missing out on that occasion is Yard as the extras continue to add to the total here. An additional wide comes under the extras column. Bit of a change in the field now. A curious delivery there, drew him into an aggressive looking cover drive and a bit of additional bounce on that occasion from Goyal at a shortish cover point. And Goyal can exploit whatever weaknesses there from Cummings outside that off stump. A bit straighter on this occasion. So there's a short third man, Sumanu, and he's not on the 30-yard circle. He's just about 10 yards in for the pace of Goyal. There's a backward point, a cover point, a cover, extra cover, and mid-off. So it's a packed offside. And 3 on the ring on the onside with a mid-on, mid-wicket, and short fine leg. And he's swatting this in the air, and the man at mid-on takes the catch. Aditya Patel comes in. He was standing on the 30-yard circle It was hit straight to him. He just had to come in a bit. And losing patience there was Joshua Cummings and losing his wicket along with it. So Queen's Royal College lose another wicket with the score on 57. So success for young Vayum Goel. Picks up his first wicket. And Cummings, we saw that he was eager to come down for a run to yard and was sent back. The run was probably on, but then got a little bit frustrated in this over against young Goel and tried to score through the offside. And one came off the bottom edge of the bat. One beat him outside the off stump. And the third delivery was straighter that he punched back down the ground. And then dragging the length fractionally back was Goel, and trying to go aerial was Cummings. Came off the bottom of the bat. I did mention that. I won't say lack of pace, but a change of pace between Goel's pace compared to the opening fast bowlers proved the undoing of Cummings. That just came off the lower portion of the bat and offered a simple catch to Patel at mid-on. And a rather soft dismissal there from Cummings. And Queen's Royal College, just as they were starting to build some partnership, first from Ethan John and Yard, and then Cummings coming out. And the youngster from the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force tried to take a militant approach to his innings and has lost his wicket. So more emphasis now on young Yard to try and shepherd through this Queen's Royal College batting lineup. And we've seen totals from Queen's Royal College in this year's SSCL. And it's a bit of a worry for the coaches. As this one, he looks ever so comfortably turning it into the onside young Yard. And the batting has pretty much fallen away during the course of the SSCL season. Newman Jaden Fields. Vikrant continues with his leg spin to the Newman. They've put a slip in place. He's standing a bit wide and deep. Sumanyu. Appeal from the field. Brings an end to the over from the leg spinner. Queen's Royal College stumbling here. Just 57 runs on the board. 15 overs gone. 16 overs gone, rather. Successful over. And he's back for more, young Vayum Goel. Did see he's just 13 years of age, the youngster. Bowling to a 15-year-old, both competing at the higher level of their age bracket. And Yard has been the mainstay of the Queen's Royal College batting lineup so far. He's faced the most deliveries. Being encouraged to bat on from the pavilion. Pushed in the air by Yard. And that's what the pace of young Goel can do. It can draw you into the shot and deny you of pace, and you play too early. And gets the top portion of the bat. Lucky to escape there. Moves on to 22. More runs here. It'll go for 4. Bye signal by the umpire. That one escapes the wicketkeeper Yash. We just dabbed down, in fact. Back to live action here. Good take from the wicketkeeper. And some of these players would be the first time that they're really gaining experience playing on the grass surface compared to the artificial turf back in Washington, Virginia and Maryland areas. .57 for 4. Pleasantly driven to a full pitch delivery from Goel. Man is sweeping. They're going to look for 2. And a bit complacent out there in the deep. Looks to be Lithik. Look at Alu out there just conceding a second run, casually moving in to do the fielding, and the batsman in the wide away club seizing on the opportunity to get 2 runs. Pitch in the air and caught and bowled. Exactly what we've been speaking about. Slower delivery, hanging it in the air is Vayum Goel, and pushing too early is young Yard and losing his wicket. And a good knock comes to an end. Good running between the pair. As his total went on to 22. And and the follow-up delivery from Goyal, just holding it back a bit, hanging it up in the air, and inducing an early shot from young Yard and disappointed the young man. Just going past 50 deliveries and losing his wicket. It's a very bleak pavilion. QRC losing their 5th wicket. And the new man coming out to bat. Mirano P.S. Mirano Pearson. Just getting the name right. Jaden Fields on strike now. Slips still in place. Goes a bit wide and takes one step closer in. Extra cover comes closer as well. To delivery. Take a single to Mon. Patel it is out there. Charging in but can't prevent the single. Left-handed Pearson comes in to strike. Half shot, not out, says the umpire. Vikram looking to even squeeze Queen's Rural College batting lineup even further. Wide signal by the umpire. $70 for 5, $71 for 5 now with that wide delivery. Short. Lifting it over the head of the captain, Kaushal, at mid-wicket. He was in close, just looping over his head, lobbed over his head, couldn't get back in time to make it a catching opportunity. And young Morano Pearson, perhaps lucky to escape there, onto the back foot, coming high off the bat, and was not in control. The over comes to an end, 72 for 5. Goel is going to continue. Mirano just hitting it in the air there and not in control. Lucky to escape the grasp of the captain at mid-wicket. Back to live action here. Wide down the leg side. And they'll take a single as well. So 2 runs to the total now. 74 for 5. In the 19th over. So we almost halfway in the innings. Fields on strike. It's a bit too wide on this occasion from the 13-year-old. Prized out an important wicket of Joshua Cummings. An even more important wicket in the context of this particular game. Kimwell Yard gone for 26. Caught and bowled from the youngster. The offside field tightens in now. Bowling to Fields. Edging past the keeper. This will run into the boundary. No chance of catching that. Races across the outfield. Into the pavilion at the southern end of the ground. So 4 runs to Jaden Fields. The third man in close. Once you get it past him and the keeper, the chances of it getting to the boundary are high. This fast dry outfield here at Queen's Royal College. Tighter line, playing inside the line, leaving it alone. As Goel tries to feel the line outside the off stump, trying to draw him in to get another outside edge. As Samanyu comes a bit closer at third man to narrow the gap between himself and the wicket. Goel fracture outside the off stump. Excellent delivery. Just trying to draw him into the shot. Just holding the line. His length has been quite good to the right-handers, considering that he has to alternate between right hand and left hand batters to change his line, and just changes up to the stump as well, moving from over wicket to around the left handers. So cover point drops back to the 30, being just by Artava. And again, he is very nagging on that line. That has brought him success. 3 wickets to his credit. 3 for 27 he has into his 5th over. Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. Harsh shout from him. Again outside the off stump, just fractionally shorter. Gets a bit of additional bounce. And drawing the batsman, Fields, flirting outside the off stump. Building pressure in this over. Captain has called back in the cover point. Again repeats the delivery. And that's a virtually unplayable delivery here on this surface, being exploited by young Vayum Goyal expertly, the 13-year-old. His over comes to an end. He's bowled 5 overs, 3 for 27. as Fields and Stray resurrect the innings. Mirano Pearson not on 1 and Fields not on 6. It's going to be a bowling change here. As we have a look at the bowling card. Maximum 8 overs per bowler. Most successful, Goyle, 3 for 36 off of his 5. This one between bat and pad, off the inside edge, in fact. As the man at deep square leg comes off the boundary. Pearson gets a single. 12 o'clock on the hour here at Queen's Royal College. DC Hubs tour on the way. First game against Queen's Royal College under 19 team here at the college grounds. Fielders disappearing on the onside. One a deep backward square, one a deep mid wicket. Long off, long on in place. Onside, work to do in the deep for Hank, who gets down quite nicely. Good throw as well as they hustle through for 2. Mohamed Zaid, the new bowler, into the attack. Short delivery and crunching down quite low. Jaden Fields. Bit of a skip in the step from the young man, and that one eludes him as he almost collides with the non-striker. And as a result, an easy single in the end. Partnership starting to build. Field comes in for the left-hander from the offside. As 2 disappear behind square on the onside. Short again. Lucky to get away with that one, as Mirano can't get it away past mid-wicket, or the bowler can't find the gap. Not out, he's out of his ground, and fumbling was Yash, the wicket-keeper, who tried to get around and couldn't quite pick it up to throw the stumps down. That one he couldn't get away. So pressure building here in the over. Have a look at the worm for the Queen's Royal College batting. 2 early wickets being lost, and then a cluster of 3 in the last few overs. Just a pause in the game, changing the wicket keeper. So Yash just has a bit of a relief with the gloves, and Vikrant or Ricky Virabatina has the gloves now. As Vikrant Sabavarpu just changes ends. Operated from the southern end, now is trying to exploit whatever turn and bounce he can get. As you can see with that last delivery, and it's prompted some changes in the field. Rao has gone to first slip. A man is plucked from the onside to strengthen the offside. Goes to a backward point, short backward point, and there's a cover point, extra cover. Long onside, one man sweep. Goes past the outside edge, drawing him forward. Not sure if he was just looking to leave that alone and let that one spin past the outside edge across him. Jaden Fields. A bit of tweaking to the field now. And cover point just drops back to the 30-yard. And this was on the line of the leg stump. And goes past. He missed out on a free hit there. Because had he gotten any bat onto that, one man is in front of square deep, a lot of acreage out wide side. After that would have been runs. He's just losing some shape there. This time Jaden Fields just being coerced into opening up, but then it spins across him as he was on the back foot trying to pull it. And the ball just going wider of him on the offside. Excellent delivery from Vikrant. He's just looking to pick up a wicket here. He's bowled well, but it's been unsuccessful so far. .84 for 5. One delivery to come in the 21st over. Flighted, but it's wide outside the off stump. Well, yeah, the umpire just hesitating. That one pitching outside of the playing area, being signaled a no ball. As it didn't land on the square. Steps back, trying to make room. And not in agreement there is Vikrant, as he's seeing the batsman stepped across, but it was still wide enough for the umpire to signal wide. He's not in agreement, the leg spinner. Steps across. Good connection. It's in the air. Man coming around from deep mid wicket. Couple bounces. Does well, Samanyu in the outfield. And they get 2 runs. Hits the top of the bails. Ricochets, but Hank is in the way. Backing up quite well, the youngster. It's the end of that Vikrant over comes to an end. And 88 for 5. And a good shot there from Jaden Fields. Tugging it into the onside. A short delivery. Just the one blemish on the over. Just losing it a bit at the back end over was Sabavarpu. And conceding a few runs. No ball, then a wide, and shortening the length, tugged into the onside. Fields goes on to 11. And Mirano is on 2. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire, Jonathan Mahabir. Mohamed Zaid back into the attack. Faster delivery. They run the first one hard. He turns blind at the non-striker's end and he's being sent back. And that's the danger of turning blind. Got to switch hands, young man. Keep your eye on the ball. and sent back. And luckily so, because that would have been a suicide second run. So Pearson lucky to just escape, not being run. A good throw out in the deep. Looks to be Likith out there. Alu charged in and picked up nice and cleanly and got the throw off, creating a half chance. Beaten a bit there in flight. From the Bowie Bulldogs, Mohammed Zaid. Flighted delivery. And he's calling for a run here. Samanyu has a shy at the stumps, and a direct hit could have been interesting. It took a while to get to Samanyu. Got the throw in, and in the end, a comfortable quick single. Left-hander back on strike. $90 for 5. We're in the 22nd over. Young 15-year-old Zaid comes back in. Bit of an unconventional delivery stride from the youngster. Started playing at the Greenbelt Elementary School just before COVID intervened. Has the batsman in some doubt. Looking to go back, eventually playing it out. And no run. As Zaid's over comes to an end. So he's just conceded 6 runs in his 2 overs. 90 for 5 after 22. And they'll have to get a press on with the over rate here if they want to complete 40 overs before the schedule cut off at 1 o'clock. Vikrant with that persistent line and length, beating the outside edge. And not for the first time, going past the outside edge of Jaden Fields. So he's come on from this northern end. And yeah, no ball. The umpire just changing his mind there. He was initially looking to signal a wide, but that one pitching off the playing surface. And the umpire just hanging on for a second just to confirm in his own mind that it was off the playing surface. Signals a no ball and a free hit. So not for the first time. Vikrant pushes the ball too wide. Stepping across, not for the first time. And not for the first time playing and missing is Jaden Seals. He tries to tug that one into the onside. And can't get any bat onto it. So he just escapes the free hit. Again goes past the outside edge. Searching for his first wicket here in Trinidad is Vikrant Sabavarpu. But he's liking the surface so far at the Queen's Royal College, from both ends operating. Not at the same time, of course. But he's gone past the outside edge more so from this northern end. And perhaps not because of the caliber of batting, but through consistent line and lengths and enough revolutions on the ball. And again, pitching about middle and leg and just spinning across the right-handed field, so can't lay any bat onto it. Rao is at first slip, lying in wait. And a point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, long on, deep mid-wicket and backward square in the 30-yard circle. confidently left alone in the end to complete another over from Sabavarpu. As none for 20, he has to score 91 for 5 after 23 overs. Fields on 12 and Mirano Pearson on 3. Here's Zaid back into the attack. Or continuing on, rather, I should say. None for 6 he has. Quick single here. Hank is going to shy at the non-striker's end. And young Zaid has to try to collect it. Lets it go through to the backup, to the man backing up. The one player on the squad from the Bowie Bulldogs. I shall call it the home club of the director, Kancham Chotu. Flighted delivery. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Perhaps a bit of bat onto that. Trying to squeeze out that Yorker delivery. Say good afternoon to Mr. Kancham Chotu, who is present at the ground, along with Susan Chotu, who is here. Appeal in the distance for a ball heading down the leg side. 92 for 5 in the 24th over. Advancing down the track. And adjusting the length was Zaid. Has to squeeze it out and can't get a run. They're going to get a run here. The keeper is after it. It'll just be one. So the two spinners in tandem just exerting some pressure again into the middle order of Queen's Royal College. As the score rolls over to 93 for 5 after 24. So just having a look at the over rate, significantly behind. 40 over game. We're in the 25th over, and the spinners operating together would help speed the over rate up. 93 for 5. And just having a quick word with skipper Artava. Kaushal is Vikrant. So Fields deciding this time to push it into the offside. He was looking to pull it in the previous over and was squaring up and couldn't make contact with the ball. This time he tries to push it through the offside instead of the onside, instead of pulling it into the onside. Drawn on the front foot and not for the first time past the outside edge. So technique being called into question here. Trying to just exploit any weakness in the armory of Jaden Fields is Vikram. Savavapu again goes past the outside edge and he's bowling up a storm here. He's enjoying this pitch. Take this pitch and just put it in his back pocket and take it back to Washington. Young Vikrant. Good work from the new wicketkeeper. I say new. There's been a change in wicket-keeping duties. Virabantina is with the gloves. Yeah, he's caught in two minds every time it's pitched in short. He's shaping to pull it into the onside, but it's spinning so far across him that on this occasion you could only get a toe end onto it, back to the bowler. And we've seen a mix of short spinning across and full spinning past the outside edge of young Jaden Fields, who's yet to come to terms with the spin of Vikrant Sabavarpu, who's looking quite good, the young man, in his spell so far here at Queen's Royal College, with the home team on 93 for 5 after 25 overs. And Vikrant Sabavarpu, none for 19 off of his 6 overs. He took over from Vayum Goel, who was 3 for 27 off of his 5, the main destroyer for the DC Hub team. 2 wickets for 7 runs from Ishant Vairagiwala at the top of the innings, and none for 14 off of his 4 overs, Aditya Patel. Hank Benson Flannery bowled 2 overs for 17 runs. And Mohammad Zaid, he's been operating in tandem now with Vikrant Sabavarpu, and I suspect Zaid was given the southern end, forcing Vikrant to change to the northern end. And Zaid, his 3 overs, none for 8. It's a drinks break here at the Queen's Royal College for this DC Hub tour to Trinidad and Tobago. Their first game here against Queen's Royal College under 19. We'll be right back after the drinks break. Welcome back to the Queen's Royal College here in Port of Spain, DC Hub out of Washington, DC. Playing against Queen's Royal College under 19, who are currently 93 for 5 after having won the toss and opting to bat first. Top scorer of the innings, Kimuel Yar, 26. As we continue here with Mohammad Zaid. And contributions from Ethan John of 19. Jaden Fields currently on 13. Opening the bat face, and Goel has to do the cleanup. Good rotation of strike after the drinks break. First wicket falling, first delivery of the day, Adam Panchu struck in front LBW. And not too soon after, Christian Smith, similar type delivery, fully pitched up onto the pad and adjudged LBW by umpire Jonathan Mahabir. Struck right in front. And it's hit back in the air to the bowler and he puts it down. Not for the first time, we see Jaden Fields opening up to pull it into the onside and having to try and fetch it from outside the off stump. And doesn't look in harmony, the two shots. Loud appeal, struck on the pad outside the off stump, not out, says the umpire. So he's clearing the front leg, trying to pull it into the onside, a ball moving across outside the off stump, and has not been able to get bat on it or a clean connection, and just pushes one back to Mohammad Zaid, who puts it down. And he would be better served just rather than clearing that front leg IPL style, to pull it into the onside, to try and play a cover drive off the back foot. Once you beat the inner ring, it'll go close to the boundary with this fast outfield. Change in line from Mohammad Zaid to close off his over. So he's bowled 4, none for 9, and the total 94 for 5 after 26 overs. 40 over in counter. And a message coming out with Yard, captain for the day. It's going to be a change in bowling. The captain deciding to bring himself on. He was here a couple of years ago. Artava Kaushal opened the batting, the left-hander, and given more responsibilities now with captaincy. And also he's dropped down the batting order to do more, to contribute more with ball in hand. Again, out of the Baltimore Royals, Sunny Sohail club from Ashburn, Virginia, the budding all-rounder. So to the left-hander, he has a backward square, a long leg, long on, as he pitches outside the off stump, a long off, extra cover, and backward point. He has given himself a slip. So there's no protection in the deep on the offside other than long off. Goes past the outside edge. That's a brute of a delivery there from the captain. So he wants to stay predominantly on the stumps or just on the off stump. Not much coverage, sweeping on the offside, protection on the onside. And a nice take from the wicketkeeper, Ricky Verabatina. He's done quite well since taking over the gloves from Yash Morai, who's not done a bad job himself. Of course, the team is getting into the hotel at just after 11 last night. Gets the outside edge and knocked down by Rao. First slip. It went straight to ground. Mirano Pearson. Again, he's bowled him. It's between bat and pad. He was reaching outside your stump, but there is a gap present there. And finding that gap is Captain Kaushal. And cannoning into the stumps as he gets a wicket, bringing himself on, making that bowling change. As we look at it here, and he's outside the off stump, spinning back, and Queen's Royal College has lost another wicket now, 94 for 6.
Ishan, ask them to move. Get ready.
And Darian Bridgelal is the new man making his way out to the middle. A very tall individual. Also from the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force Club. Had a high score this season of 24, Darian, against the Hillview College in the Secondary Schools Premiership League. And Queen's Royal College had a tough time after being promoted. They'll be heading back down. Fatima College at the top of the table in the championship will be promoted back up. Say congratulations to Miguel Patti and company. Gregory Davis as well. Gregory Davis, in fact, in charge this year, as Miguel Patti has moved on for bigger responsibility at the Queen's Park Oval. And of course, the DC Hub team will be there on Monday to take on David Furlong's under-17 team at the Queen's Park Oval. Live coverage will be brought to you again on Novel Sports. So stay tuned for more action this week. 7 games being streamed across Novel Sports. The captain, tail up, one delivery in the over, and smashes this one down the ground as Ishant is on the boundary. And immediately, Bridgel gets off the mark with an authoritative shot down the ground, signaling his intentions, perhaps as the over comes to an end. 27 gone, 95 for 6. And the all-rounder Darian Bridgelal coming out to join Jaden Fields, who's on 13. And trying to do some damage in the back end. Just about 38 minutes to the schedule cut off. And we may just struggle to get the remainder 13 overs in. But word out from the middle is that they will continue to play on and try to bowl out the 40 overs. And the good news for the players is lunch has arrived. And perhaps you shouldn't be telling the batsmen that out there. Fields on 13. And Bridgelal looks to be in a hurry from just the one ball he's faced. 2 men on the onside, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, as he just surveys the outfield. More kept in check here by Mohamed Zaid. Again, nobody sweeping on the offside. There's a ring of fielders at cover, stemming from short backward point to extra cover. Slower delivery. Zaid just teasing the tall figure of Darian Bridgelal. There's a long off and a long on as well. Seems as though we'll be in for some action here with Bridgelal on strike. Pitches up and he's hammering this one down the ground, and the man at long off threw his hands leaping in the air. Can't get anything onto it, or did seem to get a hand onto it. Licky Alu is the man out there, and not sure if it went straight through his hands or if he did manage to get something on it. And signaling his intentions here, the tall Bridgelal hammers that one down the ground all the way for 6. Have a look at Alu leaping in the air, and he's looking at the pavilion when he comes down, but the umpire, 2 hands up in the air, signaling that that one has gone over the rope for 6. And that'll be the first 6 of the innings as the ball disappears behind the covers. A bit of a consultation now happening between Fields and Bridgelal, probably telling him, I'll just go past you with a couple more deliveries. You just cement the innings from one end and let me do what I do best. Darian is just trying to talk him through Jaden Fields, letting him know, you just hang around here and let me deal with the balance of these overs. 100 comes up with that 6. As the landmark comes up most emphatically. 101 for 6 now. As Brijlal Singh looks to uncover his talent here. Get the opportunity just to take you through the scorecard. Queen's Royal College winning the toss and batting first. Yard went for 26. Panchu was the first to go off the first delivery of the innings. Ethan Smith went for 2. Christian Smith, rather, went for 2 in similar fashion to Adam Panchu. And Ethan John looked to get going, but then lost his wicket, misjudging the pace of Vayum Goel, and he went for 3. And Mirano Pace, he's gone for 5. He was out bowled by a peach of delivery from the captain who brought himself on, Artava Kaushal. And joining Fields, who's not out on 13. They're on Brijlal, not out on 7. Smashing his first delivery down the ground for a single. And his 4th delivery hit it out of the ground as the ball has disappeared behind the covers here at the Queen's Royal College. Get the opportunity as well to give you an idea of the games coming up on Novel Sports on this DC tour. And tomorrow we're at St. Mary's Ground for a 50-over encounter against the Future Stars Cricket Academy. And on Monday at the Queen's Park Oval against the Queen's Park Under-17 team. Tuesday will be a rest day for the Under-17s. The Under-13 team, who is currently at the St. Mary's College ground, taking on that team, that school team there. They will be up against the Trinidad and Tobago Central Zone team of Best Motos and Presal Valley Boys at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And they'll get 2 bites of the cherry, with the first encounter being on Sunday at the National Cricket Centre. And on Wednesday, coverage returns with the Under-17 team against the Trinidad and Tobago Southeast Zone team at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Rest day on Thursday. And Friday, up against the Percy Samlal Singh Naparima College Under-19 team. And it's becoming a home venue for the DC Hub on tour, Naparima College. And on Saturday, the 4th of April, against the North Zone Cricket Council Under-19. Resume coverage here. Brijlal just perhaps on the bounce to Zaid, gets a single. He moves on to 8, 102 for 6. And what is the job here for young Jaden Seals? He had a long conversation with Brijlal while they were looking for that ball. And this is exactly the plan, what would have been discussed. This rotation of strike, don't take too many risks, and use the experience and power of Darian Brijlal to try and push this Queen's Royal College. They want to do well after having won the toss and try and get as close as possible to 150. But Mohammad Zaid is doing his endeavour best to keep Brijlal at bay as his over comes down. And a good comeback over from the youngster after having been struck down the ground for a towering 6. 103 for 6 after 28 overs, the Queen's Royal College team. The captain is going to continue. Artava Kaushal does have experience here in Trinidad, on tour with the Under-16 team a few years ago, opened the batting. And of course the all-rounder showing his wares 2 years ago. And he's just honed his skills a bit more. And reaping rewards early on, getting a wicket in his first over. 1 for 1 he has. Jaden Fields on strike on 14. Yeah, much like Savavarpu. Nice flight, good line, good length. Coming down it hard was Fields. Gonna get some runs here, down the leg side. Might have been off the pad. Just a single. She got some bat onto that. So nicely done from Fields, doing exactly what was discussed between himself and Bridgelal. Just a rotation of strike. The one delivery Bridgelal faced up from Kaushal. He hammered it down the ground for a single. And he's going straight back down the ground. And just a single. Patel is in the way. So it's very interesting leg spin bowler, Artava. Almost with a fast bowler's run up. Loud appeal. He's struck on the big toe and he's given out LBW. Struck in front. And umpire Maheber has no hesitation in raising his finger. Darian Bridgelal is not amused, and he's with Jaden Fields. In fact, it's Fields, the man who's out. He's not happy with the decision from the umpire, but it was a delivery struck on the front boot. So from our vantage point, all things seem to be in check. The argument would have been, had he gotten any bat onto it? Or was it in fact outside the off stump? But nonetheless, he'll read it in the scorecard. He's gone for 15. Looks to be Ali, Musa Ali, out there in the middle. Musab Ali, the Form 4 student here at the college. Left-hander. Under a bit of pressure here because Kaushal has picked up his second wicket. Negotiated well. Comes in at a key juncture in this game. 105 for 7 in the 29th over. Up against captain of the DC Hub team. Flighted. That looks like to be the wrong one. Goes the other way. And success from him, the DC Hub team. Musaib Ali, whose dad captained the Queen's Royal College team back in the 90s. Let's see. Good afternoon and salams to Ahmad Ali. Also went on to play for the North Zone here. After having quite a few successful secondary school leagues. His lightning in the outfield and Ahmad Ali. And very much a Raul Dravid of the Queen's Royal College team back in the day. Also wicket keep. Field forward, short leg. Bowled some leg spin. And an outstanding fieldsman. And an expert at cover driving the cricket ball. Went on to wicket keep for the North Zone and batted in the middle order. Son is out there. Musab at the non-strikers in. Bridgelal faced. New bowler. Fast and wide outside the off stump. As Likith Alu comes into the attack. Left arm. That one doesn't get up much, but gets a good bounce there. Feeling at short. Third man, Ishan Vairagiwala. No run. She's darting these deliveries in. is Alu. And he bowled him. That ball not getting up at all, and he's looking to push through the deliveries. And that's a prize wicket there, getting the wicket of Darian Bridgelal, who's gone for 9, who was looking to be aggressive, and then just lost his middle stump. Quicker delivery from Alu. And Queen's Royal College lose another wicket. The 8th wicket goes down now with the score on 105. And just losing their way just as they start to build. They're being on by some bowling changes here from the DC Hub team. Isaiah Forbes looks to be the new man. I told him this morning he'll get a promotion in the batting order from number 11. Well, he's 8 wickets down, so you do the math. Right arm fast, medium bowler. Plays for the Queen's Park Cricket Club as well at the under-19 level. So we wouldn't get a glimpse of him. We'll get a glimpse of him here, but he will not be on show on Monday as we take on the under-17 team at the Queen's Park Oval on Monday. Nicely bowled from Alu. Picking up a prize wicket, and you have to say, Arthur making another bowling change and striking immediately. The captain with his changes. And he's not getting a lot of bounce in these deliveries. He's just darting them in. The big robust figure of Alu. Putting some good P delivery. Getting a bit of grip there as well. And up to the challenge is Forbes. In fact, it's Jonathan Williams. Yeah, Jonathan Williams just confirming the new man out in the middle, who's joined Musa Bali, the left-hander. My apologies to Isaiah Forbes. Just offered that he might have been promoted up the order. Captain is going to continue. 2 for 3 he has. He'll be bowling his leg spinners to Musa Bali. Bustling approach. Or boot, loud appeal, not out, heading down the leg side. And Kaushal is just asking the umpire, was there bat onto it then, and peeling for the cash. He's just asking the umpire then if it was heading down. The umpire just confirms in his opinion heading leg side. So it's a bustling approach, almost a medium pace bowler's approach. From just about 15 yards or so, charges in. And the googly delivery, did he get some bat onto that? It'll go for 4 between the keeper and first row, and buys by the umpire. So no credit to the outside edge of Musa Bali's bat. But 4 runs to the total nonetheless. That'll take it to 109 for it. So batsman, wicketkeeper, and first slip with that delivery. Captain Kaushal. Just one day, so he's brought the deep mid just about 20 yards in off the boundary. In fact, just about 15 yards in off the boundary. Trying to turn it into the onside. Another loud appeal, and the umpire raises his hands. I don't think Ali is aware that the umpire has sent him. Now he's come to the realization that he's been given out LBW. That one spinning across him. He's trying to turn it into the onside. Struck on the pad and given out by the umpire. So Ali goes for no score, undone by the leg spin of the captain, Kaushal. And he's just in discussion with the umpire as well, Musa Ali, just inquiring as to what he did wrong. But he could go back and look at the footage from Novel Sports just to analyze his technique. As that one, he tried to turn it into the side and could have been the wrong one and be inside the part and given you. CRC in the second league CA to get to 100 runs in their batting order. Loses their 9th wicket. It's a good-looking cover drive, knocked by Sumanya Mupala. Extra cover. Pops it back. So 3 wickets to the captain. So he finishes off his 3rd over. 3 for 4. Incredible figures from Captain Artava Kaushal with his leg spin bowling. Has a look through the crease, getting that turn and bounce. Has the ability to produce that googly delivery as well. As the umpire as well, Cal Phillip, another coach at the Queen's Royal College, relieving Andre Yard of square leg duties. Alu back into the attack, continuing on. Some get Alu. Nice work behind the stumps with the gloves from Ricky Verabatina. Taking over behind the stumps at the drinks break from Yash Moraya. And current club Rajasthan Royals Academy in Washington for Lakit Alu. A change up of pace there, targeting middle and leg stump on that occasion with some flight. It was the player of the match in the 2025 Under-15 finals at the Washington Youth Cricket League back in 2025. Number 1 batsman player of the tournament. He's doing work here with the ball. Also a 2-time Micah Centurion Awards winner, 2023. Very much likens his bowling to that of our Jindra Jadeja. Flighted delivery this time. Control, squeezing it out to cover. Just overbalancing on the completion of the shot as well. Trying to get on top of it. And from a distance as well, he does look a little bit like Rajendra, one of his favorite players. This is what comes to an end. 2 overs, 1 wicket and no runs. And a big breakthrough. He got the wicket bowled, Darian Bridgelal, who struck the 1/6 of the innings. He went for 8. It's going to be a bowling change here. So Hank Benson Flannery comes back into the attack, changing ends. So he had 2 overs from the southern end, the pavilion end, none for 14. Started off conceding a boundary. He was unlucky. Pitched up delivery that was driven through the covers straight in the direct fielder. Took a rubber and passed him for 4. Conceded a boundary in his first 3. Events for the young man. It's from the Soca Club, and I'll give you that story. Kantam Chotu went across from Queen's Royal College. The director and organizer of this DC Hub tour wanted to name a team after something from his home country, Trinidad and Tobago. Hank is in. Touch wide outside the off stump, but well within the line, and a dot delivery. Took the name Soca, turned it into a Super Over Cricket Academy, just to lay his claim in the US of his local heritage. Just one player from the Soca Academy in this under-17 lineup for DC Hub. And still within the guidelines for the umpire not to be called a wide. Change in the field. Kaushal puts a first slip in. Samanyu goes into first slip. And just dragging the leg back and a touch closer in line to the off stump from Hank. Benson Flannery beats the outside edge. Flannery again, successful delivery outside the off stump, and again he's outside the off stump through the hands of the wicketkeeper, who's not happy. He's had a good time, a good outing behind the stumps after having come on Ricky Verabatina to replace Yash Moria. But that one just keeping a bit low. Just 1 run. Jonathan Williams comes on strike. Wide delivery. Another just landing in front of the wicketkeeper and diving away on the boundary edge. And it's gone for 4.
Buys, right? Yeah.
Buys a signal by the umpire. That one landing in front of the wicketkeeper. Took an awkward bounce. Had the long barrier out and the gloves, but seemed to skip past him, ricocheted off him in fact. Third one in place. Diving away in front of the pavilion. Not a wide delivery. from Benson Flannery. Just one ball left to come in the overs. The clock chimes to signal 1 o'clock here at Queen's Royal College. Should have been the cut-off time. We're going to try to get the 40 overs in, but the umpire will have to rethink that. It's one ball to come in the 33rd over. This one at top edge as he's trying to turn it into the onside, and it lands in front of the man who wasn't too keen on coming in to take the catch. It was skied up in the air, and Vikrant Sabavarpu did not come in to take the catch, and a no ball signal by the umpire as well. So Benson Flannery having a tough time out there with the ball so far. And just the captain Artava just having a word with the umpire. So, bit of confusion out there in the middle as to what's in the over as well as the call. And the captain just inquiring to the umpire, who is still offering an explanation to Captain Kaushal. Yeah, and I think the confusion is over the no ball signal. You're not allowed to change the field if it's the same batsman for the free hit. So he's been told by the umpire that he has to resort to the same field. So, of course, all of this is not helping the over rate. So after all of that, the speedster charges in and pushes it wide outside the off stump. So the no ball again signal. It was wide, but they're going to have to. In fact, he has overstepped again. And another no ball and a free hit signal by the umpire. Gets away with one there as batsman Jonathan Williams goes after it outside the off stump. Can't lay a bat onto it. 33 overs gone. 119 for 9. We're well past 1 o'clock. And I'm not quite sure if there's an extension of the innings, perhaps to try and get these 40 overs in. So 33 overs gone. Alu to continue. Flighted delivery. Forward is Forbes. Rather Williams on strike. Off the inside edge. Scooted past the keeper. A chase down to the fine leg boundary. They get 2. Ishant does the chase. Does the chasing, the opening bowler. Flighted delivery, full toss in fact. And off the outer portion of the bat to cover. Can't get a run. Sent back by Forbes. Looking to step away. Perhaps having an intention of trying to be aggressive. But kept in check by Alu. And no run. Get the feeling that something is going to happen here. 9 wickets down, 121 runs on the board. So looking to take a wicket here. Alu, just to close the innings off as we are 5 minutes after 1 o'clock. Play and a miss. Over comes to an end. Just 2 runs in the over. Score remains 121 for 9 after 34. Another 6 overs left in the innings. Got a glimpse of Coach Kaushal Rahman just checking the score on the app on his phone, perhaps looking at the over rate. Back to live action. Captain Artava continues on past the outside edge. So Queen's Royal College just hanging on here. Extras and sundries contributing to the total at present. Tugging it into the onside. Bottom hand taking over, gets a single out to the sweeper at mid-wicket. So inducing a bit of a fall shot there is Artava. So he tries to get another wicket. 3 for 5 he has so far.
Something was off there.
Of that 15-yard pace run-up. Charges in. Just to get that momentum through, to rip those leg spinners in part, as much revolutions on the ball as possible. Now he does have a googly up his sleeve. Not the left sleeve, as he pulls up his right sleeve. Are we going to see that googly delivery here? Another leg spinner. One delivery to come in his 4th over. He's just going to change up for this final delivery. Decides to come right arm around the wicket. And he's asking the umpire to come back, so he looks to go through and around. It'll be very interesting to see him do it with this pace of approach. Full toss. Perhaps trying to get that one to dip to complete. 35 overs, 122 for 9. Queen's Royal College winning the toss and opting to bat first. Building in the background, formerly the Prime Minister's office. Queen's Royal College nestled in the heart of Port of Spain here. And a lot of significant landmarks the college sits in the midst of. Off the edge, bottom edge. Some work to do for Ishan. Chases it down. The left-arm fast bowler holds it in. And just 1 run to the total. Backing away, slaps it past the bowler and hits a pigeon on the way down. As Vikrant does the fielding coming around from long on, it just smashes into the pigeon. Hit powerfully down past the bowler, past the umpire, and the bird got in the way. Well, he's stuck on the back foot there to a full length delivery, spinning away past the outside edge to the wicket keeper. 124 for 9. He's bowled him. Not for the first time. Lakit Alu, a faster delivery, cannoning into middle stump between bats and pad, and that will bring an end to the innings for Queen's Royal College as they are bowled out in 35.3 overs, and a second wicket to Lakit Alu, polishing off innings here, and Queen's Royal College being dismissed ahead of time. Well, after time has elapsed, but within the 40 overs, been bowled out for 124. And top scorer for the innings, young Kimuel Yar at the top, opening the batting. He went for 24. Adam Panchu was dismissed. First delivery for no score. Ishan Vairagiwala with a full type delivery, smacked the boot of young Adam Panchu, and then he repeated it against Christian Smith, who was LBW in much the same fashion too. Ethan John tried to build a partnership with young Zayad. He was gone for 19, and 4 fours he struck in that knock. Joshua Cummings went for 4, and Jaden Fields, LBW, to the DC hub. Sarva Kaushal for 14. Rano Pierce was bowled for 5. Darion Bridge gone, and Musab Ali, LBW, the captain, again for 1. Jonathan Williams not on 3 and 4. Last man dismissed. 39 extras, 20 wides in the innings, and 7 no balls rather in that total. And 2 wickets to the fast bowler, the left-hander Ishan Vaira Giwala. 2 for 7 he had. No wickets for 14 runs from Aditya Patel. Hank Benson Flannery was expensive, none for 20 in his 3 overs. Vayum Goyal 3 for 20, and Vic Sabarapu 19. Mohamed Aid was not for Saidi. Atta Kaushal coming 4 overs. Al 2 for 4, cleaning up the innings in his 3.4 overs. So there'll be a break for lunch here, and D Hub will be back out after lunch to try to chase down total of 124 college. The first game on the tour for the DC team, and we'll be right back after lunch break. Welcome back to all our viewers here at the Queen's Royal College. And it's the reply of the DC Hub Under 17 team in this match against Queen's Royal College. Queen's Royal College posting 124 all out, being bowled out by the DC Hub team. And already on the way with a boundary to start off. Christian Smith is the opening bowler for Queen's Royal College. And up against Arnab Rao, who's already put one ball on his pads through the onside for 4. So gets the DC Hub going. And Mupala getting off mark off delivery of the innings. Christian Smith the ball. One slip in place. Pushing for a quick single down to mid-off. Cummings can't prevent this. Trying to assert themselves and assert their authority early on as the first over comes to an end. And it's 6 without loss. Josiah Cummings coming into the attack from the southern end, the pavilion end with his off break. Player for the Defence Force, former Queen's Royal College player as well. And slingy action, and it's helped down the leg side. And runs here as Musab Ali takes off after it. By signaled. Wides as well, so he did not get any back on it. And 3 runs to the total. This one into the pads again. It's pulled into the onside, but straight to Forbes, who's there at square leg next to Andre, coach of the college team. Yeah, because either side of him with just 3 on the onside, and that would have gone for 4. This time he gets it in the gap. It's short and just sat up and pulled all the way against the fence. 4 runs to the total. And Rausch aggression here, capitalizing on some loose bowling from Cummings. Ethan John just has a word with Cummings, trying to get him to tighten up his line with this 6-3 field. Definitely don't want to bowl anything on the stumps or down the leg side. Slingy action, it's too wide outside the off stump, overcompensating. And I just wonder if he wants to have a go from right arm over the wicket, just to get it going and that angle going across in the line first slip. Just till he gets his line settled. This one is up in the tugged into the onside, a bit of a top edge. And Forbes giving chase and does the retrieving. So some punishment on this new ball by Rao. Very dry conditions as well. It's a very warm afternoon here in Port of Spain. It's a bit overcast, adding to the humidity. And Cummings just feeling the pressure. The man dropping back out, too allowed outside the ring. And he's just dropping back out a square leg, just about 3/4 way to the boundary. And the umpire is just pointing in the direction of Forbes. And some instruction is being sent to him. And as it always happens, when they make that fielding change to adjust for some bad deliveries, then the right delivery comes along. And protection is out there now. Should just be a single. So keeps the strike. Rao as he goes up to 12 and the end of a very expensive first over. And perhaps a little bit wayward as well from Joshua Cummings with the new ball, dragging down a few deliveries and capitalizing on it was Rao. Rao from the Baltimore Royals, Sunny Sohail Cricket Academy, the left-hander. Christian Smith showed good pace in the opening over. Was pushed through the leg side for a boundary by Rao, one that strayed onto the pads. And just one slip in place. Interestingly, it's a short third man with the pace of Smith. This one's extra cover comes across on this occasion, and they can't get a single. Got a single last over. Down to Cummings at mid-off, but this time extra cover was close in. I'll give you the false start there from Christian Smith. So there is a fine leg in place, mid-wicket, in yard. And Williams at mid-off, Cummings at mid-on. Panchu extra cover. And there's a cover backward point, short third man on first slip. Punch it, this time he'll go for a single to Cummins. And it was pushed forcefully down to him. And because of the rough outfield, Cummings could only just put that long barrier out and just brace for impact. As the ball made its way very hastily toward him, couldn't prevent the single, and that's good running from the DC Hub pair, opening pair out in the middle. Yard has his fielder set in exactly the positions he wants them for that type of delivery, doing the fielding himself at cover. I'm just curious, he has Musab Ali, a short third man on the ring. There is a fine leg one outside the ring. We just wonder if you want to just drop him back to third man, especially with the pace of Smith as well as how fast the outfield is. It's badly lined down the leg side. They're going to get a leg by. In fact, it could be a wide, so they'll get two. Bridgelal, the keeper, opts to use the pad to knock one down. Full toss, hammered down the ground to Cummins. And does quite well indeed. Long barrier out and uneven bounce on the field, but he gets both hands on it. And Rao would think that he's missed out there, opting for power rather than placement. They've been pinching singles to mid-off, but on that occasion, a full toss. And he tried to maximize with a boundary. Couldn't get it. And Smith escapes with a loose delivery. Better delivery. Tapped into the onside for yard. So he still manages to rotate the strike, Rao. 21 without loss after 3. Rao on 14 off of 15. Good start by the opening pair. Sumayan. Mupala is just on 1, but providing good support. Turned into the onside. Can't get a run on this occasion. Another wide. And one of the main reasons for the extended period of play before lunch was extras having to be bowled over. There were 39 extras, 20 wides and 7 no balls in the first innings. Cummins gets some grip, some bounce and third. Clock tower chimes, it's 2 o'clock. Body line again, and this could run close to the boundary, and Forbes out there can't knock it down, and that'll go for 4. So Rao dealing in boundaries. He moves on to 18 boundary. I might just want to rethink this opening bowling Joshua Cummins. He's conceding some runs. He's not quite struck a good line and length. He's been predominantly short. Man out at deep backward square. Couldn't hold that one in. Driven through the covers. And that'll go for 4. Pass Panchu. The ball reared up at him at extra cover. And raced along the outfield. Long off, couldn't catch it. And another boundary to Rao. Just hammered through the covers. So yeah, just making a couple changes here now. The punishing cover drive. Better delivery. They're going to pinch angle here. Charges in. That was one of the changes. He pushed extra cover. They're going to look for a second here. It's not to be. Wasn't taken cleanly by the keeper. One of the changes made was to push the extra cover on the 30-yard circle and let the cover just hang back on the ring as well. Afforded them a single, and well played by Rao. Just dropped it into the onside and took off. As the field now switches over. Right-handed Mupala. Doesn't face too many deliveries, just 3. Rao has faced the majority of the strike. 20 deliveries for his 23 at the end of the over. And the score after 4 overs, 31 without loss. DC Hub in reply to Queen's Royal College. 124. Just to let you official score, update you on the official score. Queen's Royal College 125 all out after 35.5 overs. And again, Cummins has work to do. And not sure if he got a hand on it, but it's gone for 4. Punch between extra cover. Pushed between extra cover and mid-off. Diving away was Cummins to his right and couldn't knock it down. And this time Rao finds the gap. Struck a full toss powerfully straight to mid-off previous over. Christian Smith conceding a boundary. That's his excellent running, putting pressure on the field and keen to capitalize on any slip-ups. And good aggressive running. Upala on strike now. And a shout as well. And run signal by the umpire, or no signal from the umpire indicating it was a run. So he did get some bat onto it. Keeper got a glove to it, but couldn't hang on. We've seen Bridgelad up to use the pad previously, and that one was low down for the tall lad. Nice comeback delivery from Smith against Rao. He'll just have that at the back of his mind, that over pitch delivery that went past Cummings. The extra cover has now dropped to the 30-yard ring as well. He was in close to try and cut off sharp singles, but with some powerful shots from Rao, he just pushed that man back to the 30-yard ring. That's down the leg side. Good take. Wide nonetheless. 38 without loss with that extra. I'm going at a fair rate now. 8.14 runs per over. Smith on approach. That's the delivery, that's the line, that's the length. Rao just steps away and reflects upon that. Have a look at this delivery. Pitching just outside the off stump, beating the outside edge. Perhaps a bit of seam movement off the pitch. And whatever swing was there early on in the morning, long since gone. And this new ball having copped some punishment off of the bowling of Cummings early on. Not quite sure how much movement in the air is there. This one is in the air, clipped onto the onside. Yard is after it and discourages a second run. Chases it down quite quickly. They ran the first one hard and at a late moment decided to look for two. That'll bring a close from Smith. And 39 without loss. The 5. 40 over match. QRC posting 125 being bowled out. And already you can see the gradient of the smaller line far in the ascendancy. Cluster of wickets there at the end for Queen's Royal College did not help. Have a look at the chart as well of the highest scoring overs. A couple of the bars just over 10 or about. It's going to be bowling change now for QRC. Yard comes into the attack. Captain for the day. Half shout. And again, as did Cummings, just straying onto the pads. But a better length from Yard, however. Right arm thrown around the wicket. Yeah, much better length. Giving the ball some nice flight too, to allow it the opportunity to spin. More flight and goes in the air over mid-wicket. And that is heading towards the Pui tree. And into the boundary for 4. 6 signal by the umpire. Have a look at it here again. In the air. And in fact going all the way. Carrying over the boundary for 6. So the first 6 of the innings. Just saw 1 6 for Queen's Royal College. Delivered off the bat of Bridgelal. And early on now. Inside overs, we get the first 6. And off of the bat of Rao, as you may have guessed. Short. And in the air past the bowler. And yeah, look, Rao looking to be really aggressive now. One hit in the air, past the bowler. Can't get a run. So making the change from the off spin of Cummings to Yard, and so far, the only impact has been off the bat of Rao. Nice flighted delivery, worked nicely into the onside, and Forbes cannot prevent the single. That'll bring an end to the over from the skipper of the day, Kemal Yard. 46 without loss after 6. Just the trees in the background, the Pui trees. When the Pui is in bloom, it means the exams are right around the corner for the students of Queen's Royal College, as well as the students across Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, at the primary school levels, kids just having sat the SEA exam, and they're just enjoying a breather after the exams. They would have toiled for long and hard to sit that exam to entrance into secondary school. This is Christian Smith for Queen's Royal College. Short, pulled into the onside. Man is out there on the boundary. Cummings it is. Rao maintains his aggression. One of the choices of schools for a lot of kids and parents would be Queen's Royal College. And Christian Smith just toiling away for his school in this counter against the DC Hub. Full delivery and fashioning a shot there. Can't get it past. Cover point. Just down on one knee. And looking to guide it past point. Some excellent camera work there from Mr. Dwayne Lau. Tracking that ball to the man. Didn't have to go down to the boundary for that one. Here is Smith again. On the paddle out appeal. Umpire is thinking long and hard and shakes his head. And he would have had to he thought long and hard about it, the umpire. And having not signaled a leg by, so perhaps hearing 2 noises, in addition to perhaps seeing a deflection as well, convinced him that it was not out. But for the first time, we're seeing an opportunity being created for a dismissal. It was not to be. Have a look at the man, Christian Smith. All smiles. Rao looking quite good in this inning so far. Rao, rather. Yes, Rao is the man, quite well in the inning so far. The 38. Quite the aggression of Rao to that of our Christian Lal, the youngster. Vishnu boys. Another college first choice for some of the SEA students. Loud appeal. This time he's gone out. And Christian Smith has struck. LBW crunching down the batsman. And in line. Have a look at it here. And low down. Crunching. He was shaping to pull. And Mupala couldn't get any bat on it. And cannoned into the body low down. And he was in line. The score 49 with 3 struck. And Tosha over the over yard for 6. Couple shouts for LBW. Newman into bat. The wicket keeper, Yash Moria, took the gloves off just after about 15 overs or so and swapped with Ricky Verabatina. And this could just be why, because he's in at 1 down. Smith with his tail up. No run as Panchu does the fielding. End of a successful over from Christian Smith. Queen's Royal College has struck. They've put a dent in the run rate as well with that over and dropping down to 7 runs on over after a flying start. And 49 for 1 DC Hub. Have a look at the boys in blue, figuratively speaking. And the boys from the DC Hub team. Some padded up, ready to come into bat. And Coach Kaushal Raman on the right, as well as Brijesh Vairagiwala. Was part of the opening fast position. It's going to be hard to continue. Yards biggest for the season, 2 for 13 against St. Mary's College. This one short off the outside edge and almost spinning away from the man at court point. That's Marance Pearson. Off the top edge. Taking the bottom hand of the bat, not in control was Rao. And escapes with opportunity there. Half chance. Wrist flick to work the ball into the onside. And now Rob just stretching out a bit. Have a look at young Mr. Yard, 15 years of age, coming into bowl. Gonna get a single here. Cummings does the fielding. Just 2 singles off 3 deliveries so far. Forcing shot, quick single. Smith couldn't cut it off. Trying to come across from extra cover. Misfield, they're going to come to.
It's like more in the yard.
54 for 1 after 8. Arnabrau is now on 40. Amoria on 3. Smith is going to continue on. We picked up that wicket in the last over. 1 for 21 off 4. A couple of over-pitch deliveries, especially to Arnabrau. He's driven a few times. And got off the mark with 1 on the pads off of Smith for 4 through the onside. So sit for a couple boundaries, Smith. Good looking shot, punched off the back foot. Forbes does the fielding. Williams, in fact, it is. Gonna get another single this time out to point. Musab Ali comes into frame. Another single to the total. So up in the air and over the head of Ethan John. It'll go close to the boundary, and in fact, it's gone for 4. Lifted in the air. Ethan John for a moment thought he had an opportunity to take a catch. Was over his head, and once it cleared him, it's very difficult to hold that one back in. It's on 45. Arnabrau. Did nicely. Gonna get 1. Takes him on to 46. Off of just 39 deliveries with 6 4s and 1 6. He's been in command for much of the innings. And he's dominated the scoring. 46 runs in this total of 61. With Samanyu Mupala going for 3 and Yash Morai on 4. Sneagle off as that ball was being tossed back to the bowler. End of the over. And a boundary in the off of Christian Smith just over the head of mid-on in that of Ethan John. 1 for 28 he has after 5, Christian Smith. On the for 1. And another spinner replaced him, youngster Yard, with none for 12 off of 2. So Ethan John, just in consultation with the bowler as to a field change, thrown around the wicket. It's a good delivery. And this has been the challenge for this young QRC team. Consistency with regard to bowling, line and lengths. And you've got to try and produce at this level at least 4 deliveries of consistency. Using his feet, Rao. Take him to 47. And if you achieve 4 deliveries out 6 at this level, you're doing quite well. Not that you can't produce more. But that ratio of 6%. They're going to get a single here. Fumble from Smith. Just be a little bit fatigued at extra cover after his 5 overs. It seems strange, accusing an 18-year-old of being fatigued out on the field. It's a rare thing, actually. You're full of energy, regardless of the conditions. But it's still quite humid out there. Pleasant breeze blowing across the ground. Having said that, Rao takes a second just to adjust his gloves and refocus as he nears a half century. Flighted, full toss, and he gets all of it. Has it gone all the way? And in fact, it's hard. It has. That's a towering shot from Arnav Rao. 50 on debut in the Caribbean to the youngster. Brings up his 50 in style. Have a look at the shot here. Full toss, a gift really. And not one to turn down such an offering. And celebrating the landmark. And he's calling for something. Not quite sure what exactly he's just suggesting that he might need. But nonetheless, so that's just the wheel wagon of the young man's innings. And you can see the boundaries all around the ground. And 2 6s off of full tosses onto the pads in red. But it's been quite, I don't want to say dominated on the onside, because he did have quite a few pleasant shots played through the offside, resulting in some runs, and the 2 cover drives, the 2 boundaries on the offside, was really well executed by the youngster. And certainly be happy getting a 50 in his first outing here in the Caribbean. And a good start to the tour. And just have a bit of a break in play here. Not quite sure exactly what is transpiring. Not sure if it's an injury. But with this break, I think we'll take the opportunity to have drinks as well. So with the score on 69 for 1, with news that Anab Rao has notched up a half century, 5 for 42 deliveries. And on the other end, the wicketkeeper Yash Moraya on 5, run rate of 7.12. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back when play resumes after the drinks break. Back after the drinks break, ready to resume. And the premature drinks break at 69 for 1 after 9.4 overs. That 6 that brought up the half century for Rao just seemed to lost the ball as well. Hit somewhere in the direction of the Ministry of National Security. So it's well secured crossing that building on that property. Outside edge, got past first slip. Ethan John can't lay a hand on it. Musab Ali's after it. It buys. He extracted that much spin. The youngster, have a look at this here. Wasn't that an outside edge? No, says the umpire. It's gone for buys. Just a little bit of history on the building next door. It was formerly housed the Ministry of Education. Staying with the live action here. Full toss. Can't get a run. Forbes in the way. End of the over. Eventually comes to an end from yard after that towering 6 in the over that brought up the half century for Rao. 70 for 1 after 10. And that building that housed the Ministry of National Security currently and was formerly Ministry of Education. And previous to that, it was part of the compound way back when, long before my time here at the college, that was part of the grounds of the Queen's Royal College. And the Ministry of Education just took control of the building. I shouldn't say took control, or given control to run the offices out of that facility. No. Ethan John coming into the attack. Right arm fast medium, he professes. Not a member of the Harvard Cricket Club. He's going to have a challenge on his hands, bowling to the inform Rao, who just notched up a half century, so he'll be full of confidence. Round the wicket, down the leg side. Did it clip the pad on the way through? Yes, it did. No signal from the umpire. In fact, he does signal wide belatedly. So, still yet to start the over officially, but it's conceded a run. Ethan John. Turned into the onside. Yard is in the way, his fellow Harvard teammate. Extra cover, the sweet boundary on the offside. Man at point, and one of the short third man who really hasn't fielded much all day. There's a short, fine leg in Musab Ali. Mid-wicket and mid-on. And it's prevent the single. So we were making mention of consistency in terms of line and length. And what adds to the difficulty is the left-hand, right-hand combination. So it proves to be a good test for youngsters who opt to go move from over the wicket to around, or still maintain their line, but have to change, well, maintain their approach, but have to change their line. And there's evidence of the difficulty presented to us by Ethan John to the right-handed Morai. Too wide outside the off stump, overcompensating in terms of his adjustment of line. 9 balls he's faced so far. The wicket-keeper batsman. Gets a half volley, punches it to Yard, who is in the way. This guy is as broad as they come at extra cover. Nothing goes past him. Skipper for the day. Number of players in contention to captain today. Darion Bridgelal, Joshua Cummings as well. Handed to the 15-year-old Kimual Yard. Good delivery. They are going to get a single this time. It's too far to the right of yard. So just adjusted in his placement. Murray. And executed to perfection in terms of judging the single. It's the A, B, C, D, E of running between the wickets. Round the wicket. Diving stop. Excellent work. Is it Pearson, the man out there? Tumbling away. The young man to his right to knock that one down. Just having a look at yard as well. Command authority with his captaincy out there. This is Cummings at cover. End of the over. 76 for 1 after 11. 55 to Rao. And Murray on 7. Run rate just dropping on the 7, 6.91. So we have a look at the Pui trees in the backdrop. Along with Coach Calvin Phillips. Still in search for that ball under the tarpaulin. I think he's finally given up. $75 is gone. Over the fence. Again, I want to thank Novel Sports for bringing coverage of this DC Hub store. Cummings back into the attack. 2 overs, first 2 overs was pretty expensive. Went for 20 runs. .21 in fact. Did have 6 dot balls. Nice shot there from Murray. Cummings giving chase. Only going to be 1. Cummings plays for the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, and this is their home venue. Used to bowl some right-arm fast medium. Just picked up a little bit of a niggle, so ups to bowl some off spin. And interesting that he was given the new ball as well, carrying that bit of injury, not able to bowl his fast medium. He want to make amends for his first 2 overs. Well, he's not going to do it with that. That has gone for 4. Another short delivery. We saw a lot of this in the first over. Short and down the leg side. And help yourself really to Rao. And he's thoroughly enjoying his first day here in Trinidad. And Abrao, another boundary to him. 7 4s and 2 6s. And we saw Vikrant Sabavarpu enjoying the conditions and getting the ball to spin appreciably on the pitch. I think Rao might want to take this pitch back home with him as well. Man dropping out the deep square leg. We passed the first power play. So we now have 5 fielders out. 1 has to come in because we're in the second power play. So you can have 4 outside the ring. Now Christian Smith is being called in. So it's taking a while for the message to register that he needs to be inside. 5 in the ring now. And that was that. Did that take an outside edge? Musabali's giving chase. Seems to have hauled it back. And buys the signal by the umpire. So he beats the outside edge, beats the wicket keeper, but can't beat Musab Ali. Holds it in. Chasing around from short third man. Takes the total on to 83. And the run rate now has elevated to over 7. Back to where it began. Reverse sweep now. Does not make contact. He's just slipping into IPL mode as today signals the starts of the IPL across in India, Indian Premier League. Trying to do a Joe route perhaps as well. Not outside. How sweet is the revenge for Joshua Cummings? Gets the outside edge, gets his man eventually, and Rao has to go for 59. Coming up is one of the good deliveries. He previously beat him outside the off stump. And Rao trying to switch gears here. He was already in 5th gear. Not sure how much further he could have gone. And in fact, he's all gone now as that one takes the outside edge. He's heading back to the pavilion. And the second wicket going down now with the score on 83. So one wicket keeper is joined by another, Ricky Virabatina. So they partnered with the gloves during the course of the fielding innings. Now they'll partner with bats in their hands. Breakthrough gotten from Cummings, 1 for 26 he has. And he thoroughly enjoyed that wicket. 83 for 2, one delivery to come in the 12th over. So bringing back Cummings for a second spell has worked. Of course, chasing down 125 and 83 runs on the board might just be a little bit too late. Remind you that the DC Hub under 13 team is doing battle at the St. Mary's College ground against St. Mary's under 14. And the DC under 13 team comes up against the Best Motors Presal Valley Boys under 13 team, the Trinidad and Tobago Central Zone team, tomorrow at the National Cricket Centre. However, the under 17 team will be taking on Future Stars Cricket Academy under 19 out of Canada at the St. Mary's College grounds tomorrow. You can join us for coverage on Novel Sports for that game. Wide signal. Getting some turn out of this pitch now is Cummings with the older ball, as that'll run close to the boundary. And it's gone for 4. Wide down the leg side. And desperate chase to no avail. So the score moves on. 87 for 2. End of a successful over from Cummings, albeit a tad bit expensive. Just 12 overs gone, 83 for 2. Ethan John to continue. Had to wait on that one. So Kimwal just giving himself an extra yard at extra cover. Sitting a bit deeper. One went past him earlier and couldn't cut it off, so he's given himself, let's just say, a yard of space. They're going to have a quick single. It's straight to him. And because he's sitting deeper, affords them the single. He was not able to charge in and just waited for it. Despite the true. Time was critical. Couldn't prevent the single. Takes the score into 89 for 2. $90 for 2, in fact. 36 runs adrift of Ola holding this total from Queen's Royal College. John doing his best to prevent that. Pearson can't prevent the single to point. They're just dabbing it into the outfield now, straight at the fielders. Shoulders have dropped a bit. And they're taking off for singles. As Yard now asks Pearson to just limber up. Not quite sure if he's just calling on him to charge the ball or just warm up the ball. Yard himself is in closer now to prevent that single. And you surely have to say he's in the wide awake club, this 15-year-old. Recognizing what is taking place in the game. He's making field changes, including adjusting himself. He's consulting with his senior players. You've seen Ethan John have a few inputs as well. Can't get bat on ball. Kept a bit low. And Yard is sitting in a commanding position also at extra cover, where he can speak to all his players on the offside, plus command the attention of players out in deep on the onside. And there he is, very much involved in the game, the youngster. End of the over. Ethan John completes another over. None for 9 he has off of 2 overs. Just 4 bowlers used so far. So Cummings, who just took a wicket, has 1 for 31 off 3. And he's the lone man heading toward the umpire. So he will bowl another over. So perhaps it was a message to Pearson to not allow them a single at point. Smith now being reminded that he needs to be in the circle in the second power play. Men in the deep. There's one at the long on. There's one at deep extra cover. So just 2 outside. So Cummings looking to build some pressure. And one way to build pressure certainly is by bowling some dot deliveries. And one way to do that is to bring more fielders in the ring. Outside edge found. More work for Musab Ali to chase that one down. And he certainly had his work cut out, particularly at the northern end, at short third man. He's given chase quite a few times. Just wonder if Yard would want to drop him and leave him out on the boundary. Just to protect that area. A lot of runs have come down off the outside edge in that area. It's a very fast outfield, as we keep saying. In fact, he's come a bit finer now, Musab Ali. This one clipped, crunching down, whipping it into the onside for 4. Innovation now against Cummings. Crunching down Verabatina. As he is looking now to accelerate. Score 93 for 2. So again, another expensive over. Interesting. Square leg umpire / coach. Just have a word to Pearson at that square leg position. Just asking him to stay back a bit. He doesn't need to be exactly in the circle. It's a loud appeal here, not out. Brushing the front pad. But outside your stump. Making a comeback of Dudley's Cummings at the end of that over. 1 for 37 he has after 4. 14 overs gone, 97 for 2. A very healthy scoring rate of 6.93. Not quite sure the umpire was ready there. Calling a halt to proceedings. Full toss. Quick single taken. Williams in the way at mid-off. Slower delivery. And this time, Pearson is on the ball. Being appreciated by his captain yard. He was quickly in. At point. Just the 4 bowlers used. The yard is just asking Pearson to come in a bit closer, to come off the 30-yard circle, get about 10 yards in. The keeper now has come a couple yards in as well. Closer up to the stumps, Darian Bridgelal. The clock strikes 3 o'clock in the clock tower here at Queen's Royal College. And there it is. So he was called in, and it goes past him at backward point in the gap. And 2 runs to the total. Didn't have the legs to make it down to the boundary. And quickly onto it was Pearson. And that couple of runs will bring up the 100. 100 for 2. As Verabatina looks to chime in the scorecard. A couple of runs under his belt as well at the start of the tour. Yard has just asked all of his fielders on the offside just to come in a few feet in fact, just to try and close the gap and put a little bit more pressure, with John holding a tight line outside the off stump. And it's resulted in a few dot deliveries in the over. as the 15th comes to an end. 100 runs on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. DC Hub players in the position under the watchful eyes of Mr. Kushal as well as Mr. Kancham Chotu, who is present. And Mr. Rahman in conversation with Brajesh there. And just to the right of them, there was just a man in charge. Hans Akimbo in front of the cooler. Cummings is going to continue. Hammered down the ground. Chase is on. He's not going to get there. It slams into the wall of Aurelian Pride. Goes for 4. 104 for 2. Half shout, wide outside the off stump, flashing at it. Safely nestled in the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Another edge. And Musa Bali, left-handed pickup, direct hit at the stumps. And a slow reaction to back up and overthrow. You reminisce of his dad, Ahmad Ali, running around, picking his left hand, throwing the stumps down. One of the better fielders produced from the college, along with names like Keno Mason, went on to represent Trinidad and Tobago, current coach of the Victoria Sports Club, as well as the combined campuses and college. A couple of years ago, tugged into the onside and a single. Pearson in that position, set by Calvin Phillips, coach / umpire at square leg. Yard trying to get the attention of Pearson, asking him to come in. Yeah, a bit lethargic. Cummings was asking him to cut that run off. It was an early call. The over comes to an end. 108 for 2. It's the A, B, C, D, E of calling and running between the wickets. Assess, backup, call, decision, and execution. And they have managed to execute quite a few quick singles. It was the hallmark of previous DC Hub teams in the past, running between the wickets and turning over the strike when pressure was being built. And the odd boundary, putting away loose balls, led them into a position where they could get over 5 runs and over. And it's again proven difficult to keep these top order batsmen in check. Not just in terms of boundaries, but limiting those singles as well. Here's John. And yet another single to Cummings this time, who can't pick up cleanly. It was just to his left. And a nice early call. The backup was there. They made an early decision and executed. This pair of Yash Morai and Rick Verabatina has been excellent. This one down the ground. And a bit of a fumble. They're looking for 2. Williams doing well in the end, getting his body in the way. And an unfortunate bounce, but it didn't ricochet far enough for them to come back for 2. Nice looking punch. Two players converge on it in the covers. 110 for 2. Single again. One for 2. Nelson is on the board. 3 singles in the over. Slower delivery, very much slower delivery. Punch down the ground. They're going to get a single to Williams. The score just hops off of Nelson to 112 for 2. Too quickly this time to point, and a fumble, and they will get the single. The call was no as it went quickly to Pearson at point. Couldn't the single with the fumble. 113 for 2 after 17. And 5 singles in the over on a dot ball as the run rate now just dips under 76.65 as the DC 13 runs away from yet another victory in their opening games here at Queen's Royal College, against Queen's Royal College. And what was scheduled to be a little bit of a warm-up game after the team flew in yesterday, but it's always a competitive game playing against the alma mater of the director from the DC Hub team and the alma mater of the DC Hub director. Cummings to continue. He's into his 6th over, 1 for 45. Economy of 9 runs and over. Faster delivery, much like the medium pace balls he used to deliver previously. A faster one. Past the outside edge. Good take by the keeper, Bridgelal. Couple runs here. Just one, in fact. Well done by Pearson. Chasing around. Getting around the umpire. Deep at backward square outside the hustle. And so quite nicely prevent 2. A faster delivery. Thudding into the gloves of keeper Bridgelal. Pushes it up. He's on 19. Verbatim on 14. Dot deliveries that have been few and far between from Cummings, but he's managed to bowl 4 of them in this over. $114 for 2 after 18. And quite a comfortable bunch there in the pavilion. As we have Mr. Curtis Roach, organizer for this QRC team, speaking to his former QRC college mate, Kancham Chotu.
Yeah.
Curtis, no doubt, Kancham just lending an ear to all of his woes over the season, being promoted up into Premier 1 and slipping back down into Championship and just losing their first intercall game against the Astra boys. Astra making 180 for 6 in their 20 overs and Queen's Royal College replying 112 for 6. With youngster Yard at 15 years of age, top scoring 53 not out, carried his bat in the innings. Dab down. New bowler into the attack. Yep. I'm just curious. I thought they would have been out earlier Just 4 bowlers used up until this point. Aggressive looking shot there from Verbatina. Moria. Hard to mistake with his yellow gloves. Perhaps supporting the team in the IPL. We have a look at Andre Yard patrolling the boundary. Delicately can't get it past Bridgelal. Knocks it down. Andre Yard would have batted with Brian Charles Lara in a recently concluded North Zone T20 festival. Both players playing for the Harvard club. Again tries to repeat the shot. Unsuccessfully. 19 extras in this innings. 16 wides. All shoulders in that delivery. Dabs it down. Backward point. Get it wrong. Pearson. Just the outstretched left hand. Couldn't knock it down. Dabs it down and goes for 4. 120 for 2.
119, 1 ball left.
Short and more work for Pearson. It goes to his right this time. He will hold it in. 2 runs to the total. "19 overs gone. Within touching distance now, 1 boundary away from tying the score. As the curtain looks set to close on day 1 of the DC Hub Under-17 tour to Trinidad. Reminding our viewers of games to come tomorrow at St. Mary's College against the Future Stars Cricket Academy out of Canada. They're under-19 team on tour. So a bit of USA versus Canada clash at the St. Mary's College ground. And on Monday against the Queen's Park Cricket Club under-17 team. I say good afternoon to Mr. Kishore Williams and Mr. David Furlong across there at Queen's Park. Out of stump slashing, and it goes through the hands of Forbes at point, and just a single. But not happy at all as some of his teammates. Short and cut away. Second sip in place in that of Cummings. And Musabali has more chasing to do. And it's gone for 4. That will seal the end of this Queen's Royal College and the DC Hub victory. The DC Hub team as they chase down 125 set by Queen's Royal College. Obviously, 21 not out and Verbatina 24 not out. 19 extras in innings. A top score of R. Rao 59 in his first outing. And 126 chased down. inside 20 overs. So the players meet and greet each other, and the management of both teams just acknowledge and give thanks for the two teams participating in this tour. And with that victory from the DC Hub team, that will conclude our coverage here from Novel Sport. Billy Furlong here, Dwayne Lal, and Mr. Percy Samla saying thank you for joining us, and be viewing for more coverage of the DC Hub Under 17 team tour to Trinidad 2026.